Alright, back to Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 today. Let's see. To go and talk to him. Probably before I continue talking to her. Got discovered it earlier. I haven't quite gotten all the evidence out of there yet, but I couldn't find anything else, so I think I'm going to have to go back. Where was that? There we go. That there. Go ahead and travel here. I think it said the shops get restocked over time, so maybe they've got something else for me to buy. That's clothing shop.
You'll never find such... Sorry, I have nothing to offer you at present.
Alright.
Make your garden... Sorry, I have nothing to offer you at present.
Alright. So, never mind. I have nothing that I need. Oh, I guess this is not the way in. Huh. You've been allowed, no smoking. Hey, clean up. Only dry shoes. Don't touch any yacht that you don't own. Yeah, I can see the don't touch any yacht that you don't own. Let me guess, I need to talk to the guy out front.
Do you know anything about this?
That's a question I can answer.
Okay. South of the yacht club. Okay. Well, this is south of the yacht club. Right. I guess I can't talk to you. Perhaps in here? The boat workshop. Right? Swimming.
The Champion's Whirlpool. Pool's bread and butter.
Alright. No specific. Not really seeing much. Just think I can get on it. Probably beat this, that might be why. so I guess I need to go into the specific. Okay.
Bloodied bandages. Has someone been hurt?
Where would a champion hide a key?
Perhaps a desk drawer? No.
I hope Paul is more skilled at yachting than he is at hiding keys.
I concur. Not much challenge to that. Oh, that's right. Gotta walk in these doors.
Bloodied bandages.
Okay, over here.
To earn big, you have to spend big.
Sometimes.
Additional earnings to sweeten the victory. An interesting place for a message to a champion.
Basically no backing out. Wormless Gilly Wetfoot. That is a very weird way to call somebody.
Mr. Gilden wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty. Old betting slips. Paul always bets on Whirlpool. One victory after another.
So he was confident in shit.
An expensive set of tools for woodwork. An amateur wouldn't know how to use these. A box full of darts. Each has a needle and can be loaded with drugs.
Curious.
Shipbuilding, shipwright's tricks, sail weaving.
Else that is here. Apparently not.
Too ordinary a room for a champion. There's no incentive to put in any effort.
I would tend to agree. Interesting. Else in here for that? No. Take it. Boys will keep an eye on you at the race. Okay. And a place where Paul works. Apparently there's still something here. Potentially, because I didn't get all the evidence it said.
Too ordinary a room for a champion. There's no incentive to put in any effort.
Bloodied bandages.
Wonder... maybe something to do with this in here? So maybe a separate piece of evidence that pops up when I do that, or something I could focus on. Seeing anything else here. Doesn't say that I'm done here either, but it may be like here. I may need to go back and talk.
Can I ask you a question?
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
May I ask you something?
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
Do you know anything about this?
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
Okay, so nobody knows, eh? Ah. Okay, here we go. More pieces. Now I can go and ask her a few more questions, potentially, that might give me something. Maybe there's something there. Already look at this. Ooh, actually, it could be outside. Could be dart. See, I already took a picture of you. You.
From before Mycroft was born. Our family loves to prod at the past.
Else here? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, let's talk to the lady.
A. Swift, is this name familiar to you? Your father had it removed from this plan.
Oh, that's Arthur Swift. I've seen him a couple of times here. He works with my father in the old city, digging up something ancient.
He is an archaeologist?
That's the word, yes. But to be truthful, I really don't think Mr. Swift is fit to be one. I've just learnt a lot about archaeology from my favourite book series. Oh, they are page-turners.
Inspirational, I'm sure, but would you happen to know where this Mr. Swift might be found?
I don't, but perhaps you can find out somewhere. My father's work with him is all official. Lots of boring legal papers with signatures and stuff.
Okay, I guess my picture didn't work last time, so there is at least that.
Have you seen what your father sent to Paul?
This is despicable. My father was never a gentleman, but this crosses the line. I knew that father wasn't fond of Paul, but this is just awful. If only he could have seen how good Paulie is to me.
Okay.
Are you aware that Paul smuggles drugs for a dangerous gang?
Mr. Holmes, I've already told you. I call him a pirate in play. He's not an actual pirate. He's a champion and a brave gentleman, not a thug.
Let us agree to disagree on that. But don't be surprised if one of his clients knocks on your door.
Okay, there we go. Some more evidence. Now I have all the evidence from here. Makes a lot more sense. Okay, so I can go look up that in the archives. That can be connected. Partnership ended. No. 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 Okay. So none of these are applicable to each other. Now I've gotten all the evidence from here. Perhaps I was missing that, so now I can go back and find last evidence from here. First, I'm going to go to the city hall and let's see. A Swift. Go ahead and do this. It's probably something I should have done before. I just didn't know.
Guests of Cordona, the treasures await you.
Alright, we are looking for citizen legal documents in Old City. Okay. Maybe it's not that, maybe it's... No, I feel like it would have to be... It's businesses. Documents. There we go. Hilden and Swift Ltd. Swift partner provides finances and services as an archaeologist, whilst the other provides only land money. Okay, so one funds, the other gets anything discovered.
With your love for archives, you would have made the perfect bureaucrat.
Okay, so now I can look up should be able to look this up as a business. Okay. Oh, it already tells me where it is. I'm just dumb for not. Intersection of Bazaar Road and Arnott Street in the city. So Bazaar and Arnott. City. Bazaar. Okay, so it's here-ish. Probably this is the archaeological site. Probably. Yeah. No. That there. And I'm going to go back here real quick just to check it. It's kind of this way. This is this one. For you, because I don't need you anymore. Apparently there is already found that. Does this show anything? See anything? So perhaps this. It says that I'm gonna need to focus. I would think that's around here, but perhaps it's something outside, since I'm not seeing anything here. I don't know. I feel like it's gotta be something around here. Okay, well, I can go ahead and make my way here so that I can go look for the business. Probably also go ahead and pick the one that's around here since it's literally just right here. Technically almost on my way. Okay, so there's a coffee house. House of Eagle in the British military, the locals have a failsafe system. Found a coffee house. See symbols which relate to the three phases of the moon. Waxing full and waning. Okay. So follow the natural cycles of the moon, starting from its youth, and so repeating until you reach the moon. So this is coffee house, Linux cell, this one.
Is this familiar to you?
I don't want to talk to you, mister.
Are you able to help me?
I can't help you, friend.
Oh, I am bored. Call me when you find the answer.
Okay. So apparently there's supposed to be a mark on a tree.
May I ask you something?
I would help you if I knew so.
Oh, there's the one. There's the other. Okay, so there's two markings. So that's new and old. Just those two. So it's new.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
I don't think I'm rich enough to talk to you, sir.
Okay, so new moon. I want to go down here. There's two options here. There's. Okay, here we go. This way, and then. This way. I think it's gonna be this tree. This way.
Seni görmek güzel.
This way.
Merhaba.
There we go.
A yellow boy or guinea. This coin was minted from the gold mined on the Guinea coast of Africa. It's considered a more gentlemanly currency than the pound. Huh, rarity. I don't remember how this coin got into the collection. It must have been a late addition by Mycroft.
Alright. Oh. In either case, there's that. Now I have gotten 2 of the coins. And just fast travel back here. Slightly bigger than running.
I remember the monument, Cordona's legendary pirate, the Robin Hood of the place. Do you recall it, John?
I do. I wonder if... What is that?
Karim of the Silver Hand, the pirate with a golden heart. I told you I remembered him.
Hey, Sherlock, I'm up here. Guess what I've found? A riddle, and it's about a treasure. Listen to this.
What? John, you've surpassed yourself.
A hand with treasure quest so sweet. Stand where Eurus Road and Crooked Street meets. A few steps toward the mosque, left at the first stairs, find the courtyard a wishing well shares.
Come on, Sherry. This is just like the old days. Sherlock and John on a pirate's treasure adventure.
Alright. But first I want to continue what I'm doing at the moment. Ruins located at the intersection of Bazaar are not beyond the fortifications. Okay. So I believe that is definitely out this way. I don't know if I can get
From
there.
day to night, I don't stand. You're being an eyesore. No entry for you.
Okay. So apparently I need to change my wardrobe. And I can't do it here. Bye.
From day to night, Aiden stands there, recruiting non...
Okay. Interesting. New workers in the old city marketplace. Right? To get there, and I believe that I need to go in disguise. Pro British though.
Nice affordable clothes.
Ooh,
Step
furniture
right up.
trader.
Don't miss out on the best carpets on... Merhaba.
All right. I'm gonna just buy all of this because I've got money
May
to.
your purchase bring you joy.
Yeah. Not quite sure what
Don't miss
pro-British
out on
is going to look like. I'm assuming probably the fancy.
my unique clothes.
Might already be dressed appropriately.
Stop blocking the view.
Let's see, I need to find a guy. So it is him, but... Pyromaniac. Ah,
Don't miss.
not quite sure what'll make me pro-British.
Miss out on my unique. Let's pick something.
What are you buying? What are you selling? What game is that from? I don't remember. Hmm. I'm going to buy some outfits that get me into each category at least. Since I'm not exactly sure what I need for each one. There we go. The one I can get cheaper that gets me good with the workers. Yes, it's gonna have to be probably this one.
A good choice. A good choice indeed.
Let's see, is there anything else in here?
Don't
change back real quick just so I know what its
leave. Take one more look.
default stats are.
Let's
I've got. Okay, so that's not bad to get. That one, eh. Buy the hat. Hmm. Glasses.
a good choice.
Okay, so let's see. Pro-British. Let me see if it says what kind simple represents. Disguises. Okay. Upper class. Cordona local. Worker sailor. Okay, so probably what I need is the local. Potentially. This.
A good choice indeed.
Go ahead. Go all out.
Don't miss out on my unique clothes.
Let us try this again.
Stop blocking the view.
Don't miss out on my... Let's pick some.
And I need to be high class.
Don't leave. Take one more look.
Oriental rugs at a good price.
Stop blocking the view.
I have the wrong thing in? 'Cause I'm pretty sure. Talk to the case participant. Okay. Disguise yourself. Okay. Search a location. Okay. Have I not done all of those? Working types. Oh, working types.
Nice of...
I was going for the wrong look. Okay, so I need everything back to default so I can Back. Working type. There.
Affordable clothes? Step right up.
So we can save since it's been a bit.
Sir, kind sir, might I steal your attention?
I'm not buying.
Ah, that is the thing. You won't waste a single mangir. I am a digger, you see, and I have heard of a dig site so deep it clogs your ears. I want to be there.
Why are you telling me this?
I have heard of a man recruiting for such a dig. A man with a scar, such as the one that you're hiding. And your boots are dirty with the deep clay I am so familiar with. Oh, I hope it wasn't too rude of me to point that out.
You have a good eye. And you just want to dig? Dig deep and that's it? What's the catch? Are you in desperate need of money?
Oh, there is no catch, sir. I won't even ask for advance pay. Just give me a shovel and I'll dig a hole like you've never seen.
Huh. Is that so? Well, I have to ask you an important question first. Would you be fine working for Brits?
I am all for them.
Well, you say that, but can you prove it?
You know how much I love tea? Once I drank so much of it, my eyes turned brown.
Fine. You're a fan. I'll give you that.
I can also speak in limericks.
Please don't. You might be a little bit weak in the head, but a natural born digger with a keen eye is what we need. Take this permission slip and go to this address. The guard will let you in and check with the professor once you're there.
Alright. So I need to stay in disguise to get into the dig site. Too bad there's not another fast travel place a little closer than this, but that's alright. Let's go and go east here. About till I hit it. What I want to know is, why are there rugs on the cobblestones? That just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Stop loitering and get...
Alright. Okay, cannot be entered by members of the public, so I have to be
Newcomer,
in this.
talk to the professor first. He's the old fellow with the glasses and the plans.
Okay. And you.
Where's the fire in your eyes? Where's the smile? I am sick and tired of seeing apathy among the new workers.
Sir, believe me, I do have the spark. I want to start work straight away. It's as important to me as it is to you.
Ah, that's the spirit. I'm on the verge of a great discovery.
I am ready to work.
Splendid. Do you know what I am working on?
Archaeological treasure. You're hoping to find something priceless, something that will change our history.
Bravo, young man. I couldn't have said it better myself. It's true. We're looking for Vitus Lemonius's tomb.
I'll help you. That is my goal as a worker.
Don't actually
Good.
recognize that name at
Listen
all.
to me carefully, then. I hate repeating myself. I am Professor Swift. We have 3 rules here. Don't touch anything, always return the tools, and don't distract me unless you find something.
Sounds simple enough. Are you the only one in charge here, Mr. Swift?
Yes, I am the only one and no one else. You hear anything other than that, it's a lie. People of your kind can have difficulty understanding who's in charge. Take a minute, memorize my face, and then get to work.
Oh, I will definitely take a closer look to memorize my superior.
All right. Broken glasses. Okay. Notebook. Bruise. Okay. Carried. Ah. Dirty clothes, different to before. Hmm. Old, poor, and cannot take care of himself, but he was contributing some of the finances, if I remember right. And I think he just doesn't really care. Gonna say knowledge seeker, I think.
I wish I could be as passionate about something as you are, Mr. Swift. You value knowledge and dedication over everything else.
It's a long road, young man. A sharp eye and attention to detail are the only stepping stones along this path. You have to sacrifice everything you love for the larger prize.
Exactly. So much in life is superficial. I wish more people would understand.
I never heard a truer word, lad. Folk will ignore what truly matters in life, and for what? Convenience.
Bold words indeed. I doubt that many scientists would be willing to support their bragging with fieldwork.
The academic world is full of restrictions. Our honorable professors are too afraid to dirty their hands. God forbid if they have a stain on their shirt. You can follow in my footsteps. You can start learning by returning to work. Show me what you can find.
All right. So yeah, that's what I think. Where was that? Here we go. So, see, Gildan is the sole proprietor and the founder. He'll provide finances in the land. Arthur Swift is a founder and shall provide finances and its services. So, see, that's what makes me think that he is not a money grubber, because he had the money to help finance something like this. And it's kind of a really big risk to do an archaeological dig. So, this could be linked to this. Yeah, those, I don't have anything else updated. So now... guess that this is kind of just what I need to start doing now, is investigating ruins. Vitus and Vitus Ammonius were legates of the early Roman Empire. Starting by suppressing riots. Key commander, siege of Utana, battle of received swords, presumably Romulus and Remus. Except description. Okay.
Straw dolls. Eerie, but effective for a scene recreation.
Oh, I want one of these. Or two.
Oilcloth. Won't fade and waterproof. Enough here to make 10 sails and more.
Well, good defense.
This reminds me of my father's room. A plan for this whole operation. This might prove useful. I'll note it down.
Okay. What else is there around?
Don't touch anything here. Get back to work.
Not while he can see me.
Okay. So he might move around later. And here.
Can I ask you a question?
I like you, friend, but I can't help you.
Here's something.
Sharpest pickaxe. A guilty pleasure of the real archaeologist. Missing your Laura, Mr. Swift?
Who knew archaeology could be so exciting?
Exciting is certainly a word.
Did the Romans live in amphoras? I see nothing else here.
Swift lost his temper when he learned what happened to the statue.
Statue with a lion helmet head. It originally on the pedestal closest to the beach, but someone kicked it over the edge. As a result, the statue broke and the pedestal remains. Well, and see, for either description that could work, because if he's doing it for money, he could have been angry that it broke so he wouldn't get the money. If he was doing it for knowledge, he could have been angry that it broke because, well, about to preserve the statue. One statue.
Somehow the text remains legible.
Indeed.
Let's see if I remember my Latin.
Okay. Else over here is.
A goddess? A mother? Someone's wife? A sickle for harvesting. The ancient Romans honored the seasons.
Hmm. Huh. Oh, what's the other part it's trying to Oh, I didn't realize I could.
There were 4 statues here originally.
I wonder what the 3 other statues look like.
I see now. Mr. Swift didn't realize the significance of the statues.
Okay. Lays down instead of sits down. Okay. So this one is obviously this statue. Looks like it fell off in that direction. Looks like it was probably that. This one. No real indication. Perhaps like this?
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Yeah, no, so I'm pretty sure that that one is facing the right way. Really not sure about the rest of this. I think I need a little bit of info first. Tomb of Titus, which featured statues. One statue remains, sickle. Beware the one who wishes to disrupt the sleep, for he is guarded by the gazes of his brother and autumn. Try recreating the scene on the hill. There are 4 statues near a tomb. Female statue, an allegory of the minor god Zephyrus, looking west, the basket of fruit in her hand. Okay, so I need this pin here. This will be so this direction is west. So the minor god looking west, basket of fruit. That'd be you. Wrong way. There we go. Basket of fruit. Looking east was here's for the sickle. Okay. That's weird because the statue is like completely turned around. But between these two were the remains of the statues of Titus and his brother. Titus wore a lion helmet, fought with a sword, while Titus carried both a sword and a shield. So the lion helmet head, like pedestal closest to the beach. So the lion head closest to the beach is that way. So here's for the one over here. Over here. So Vetus is guarded by the gazes of his brother and the autumn wind. And so autumn wind, sickle. And so her and him. I'm assuming that way. Let's see, is this right?
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Maybe you should look around.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Oh, okay, yeah, now they're looking the same way. There we go.
It seems everything's in place. Now, let's see what this has to tell us.
I think there was anything else up here. No, it doesn't look like it.
Here is your discovery, Mr. Swift. Hey, look at this.
What have you found? Don't let anyone touch anything there. Eureka! I found you, my friend.
What did I find? Oh well, not that it matters, because now this gives me access to the other thing I was wanting to look at. Right. Oh. Ah, similar darts.
A box of darts. Handy against rodents of all kinds.
He left his journal. His diary. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so it's looking like I'm closer to... Looks like I may have picked the right profile for him. Ivory baths. I must think, lest our invaluable history be buried by the consequential. So yeah, I think he was more of the academic.
Hey,
just didn't
what do you
want
think you're doing?
stuff to be buried.
Trying to take over my research, are you? I come here to pick up my diary, and I find you snooping around. Explain yourself.
Mr. Swift, if that were true, I would have been on my way to the newspaper. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I didn't have a chance to introduce myself properly.
Outrageous! You deceived me, sir. What is the reason for your being here? Who sent you, Mr. Holmes?
Theodore Gilden's premature death brought me here.
Theodore is dead? How can that be possible?
I'm thinking of all the possibilities, and I'm not crossing out anyone who might have been involved. Even his elephant. The land you're excavating belongs to Mr. Gilden, does it not?
Did I hear an accusation? I have nothing to hide. You can ask me whatever nonsense you've prepared as a token of my diminishing respect towards you.
Very well, Mr. Swift. I appreciate your cooperation. When was the last time you saw Mr. Gilden?
A couple of days ago, we discussed the site. I believe in the tomb and its secrets. Theodore's patience was stretched, however. He was already inventing new projects. It wasn't a long conversation. I suppose that his daughter will inherit everything now, along with all of the eccentricities and problems.
And not forgetting Goliath.
Eccentricities and problems, Mr. Holmes. One of many.
Were you at the site this morning?
Affirmative. This project is taking a lot of my time, as you see. I spend more time underground than on the surface.
When did you learn about Theodore's death?
Just now. You just told me.
And you aren't surprised, shocked? I won't tell anyone if you shed a tear or two. Weren't you partners, after all?
We were. And it is a real shame. But I've seen too many deaths in my life, Mr. Holmes, for the news to truly shake me. Will you allow me to return to my research? Or are you insisting on remaining an obstacle?
Oh, I haven't even started yet.
Yes, I have some questions.
You have a weakness for nostalgia? Or, rather, do you use it to record a list of enemies?
Young man, you need to check your moral compass. Reading another person's diary is a sin in every culture that I can think of.
But you aren't answering the question.
You've already read it. Why bother? I simply record my life to keep my memory clean from misinterpretation. Letters and pages don't lie.
But the writer of the text can.
Fair point.
With this book, you attempted to plan an attack on the elephant?
Your insinuations are out of place. Goliath is a frightening animal. All I wished to do was to understand the creature. As any scientist would do, I researched, analyzed, and drew conclusions.
And what conclusion did you draw?
That Theodore Gilden made the animal miserable. He couldn't provide the proper environment for the beast. My interest in the subject ended there.
Fair point.
Did this plan cause a rift in your business relationship with Theodore Gilden?
Nothing like that. Admittedly, we didn't share a common vision of what is more important, the past or the future. In my opinion, we can't build a future without knowing the past.
So you wanted to save the tomb of Vitus here, or perhaps your control over the research?
Only the knowledge that rightly belongs to humankind, nothing less and nothing more.
Okay. Hmm.
What's with this box of darts? Is it for a scientific argument?
A little darker than that. Rather for killing the kind of rodents that might nibble a nose or a toe in your sleep.
Let's just say I have to protect myself against a larger animal, such as an elephant. Might it be enough to stop it, make it faint?
If I were you, I wouldn't bank on it.
That's fair. Those darts do look like they're pretty small. I don't know if they could hold enough to actually affect something that large. Hmm.
Moving on. Moving on.
Okay.
Remember one of the rules? It seems that you didn't return a tool. Is this knife yours?
Do I look like a fellow who carries a knife? I don't need it.
There are plenty of uses for it on the site, and outside of it.
I have other people to cut ropes for me, Mr. Holmes.
Okay. Hmm.
I've nothing to add.
Yeah. It's not really useful. Not really useful.
As far as I can tell, you're a man of the academic world, so this book about Nabe and Laura is just an empirical study?
What? That nonsense? I'd prefer to lose my eyesight than read such trash.
So, you know nothing about it?
I know nothing. I wish I'd never heard of it in the first place, this caricature of science.
Do I hear traces of envy? You're still relatively young, that you might find your own Laura.
Perhaps I envy Nabe, for I cannot simply blow people up for distracting me. That's all. You happy now? Wonderful.
Okay, so...
Your partner had a very specific attitude
Okay.
towards the things he treasured. Was this habitual for him?
That would have been too much even for him. Don't get me wrong, he had a harsh temper. Like a true businessman, he was ready to burn his competitors to the ground.
But threatening someone physically would have been something new even for him, am I correct?
Absolutely. Besides, I had never seen him this angry. The fellow who received the letter must have been extremely alarmed.
Okay.
Moving on.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd know anything about that.
Gilden's elephant is quite an unusual addition to Cordona's fauna. What is your scientific opinion on that?
No matter how much Theodore loved it, it still remained a wild animal trapped inside a stone pen. Goliath needs savannas, fields, lakes.
I'm sure that Goliath did not have a plan to kill his owner to head to the savannas. What do you think?
No, animals don't kill in a typical sense. I can only presume that it tried to protect itself from captivity, from Theodore. It was a gilded cage that was predestined to break.
Fair.
Have you seen this person before? The one beside Imogen Gilden?
No, but he's with Imogen, so I suppose that he's a friend of hers. That girl always has her head in the clouds. I could have said Theodore was different, but that wouldn't have been entirely true.
Away with the fairies, was he?
That's one way of putting it. Either way, I don't know much about Imogen's life or her friends. The type of elite that pretends to be educated.
Man, this guy gives a lot of stuff. That's very nice.
Moving on.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd know anything about that either.
I'm a busy man.
Yeah, I think I already asked about that.
What's with this intricate recruitment process? Pro-British workers charge less?
As a head of this organization, I need to secure a productive environment. It's impossible to do so if there are political differences, especially here, where the native population doesn't support our efforts to find the ancient artifacts.
Decent pay can also stimulate productivity and shut down any political discord. Hadn't you thought of that?
You're young. You have time to fritter and fight with everyone you meet. I don't have such a luxury. Our workers receive enough pay for what they do. So don't start a discussion you know nothing about.
Okay, here we go. Got the key evidence. Got lots of other evidence. I've gotten everything here, it looks like. So... Alright. Mating season. Shoot fair. Rodents. So free itself, fair enough. All right, so let's go here. Okay, so go. True. Okay. It's mating season. No. Okay. Threaten. No, I didn't think so. It's mating season. I didn't think so. Okay, so now... Okay, so there's basically two things still to look at. I have found more evidence. think I need to go back here potentially. Job site first. Right. Now I can fast travel back up here. Alright.
Define.
Oh, change back. Could run around as Lake Dock.
Finest clothes for the finest people on the island.
Just gonna go back for this. Gotta think there's still something here because I don't have all the evidence, and now that I know more. That's a fish. So try pinning this. Is there nothing else here? It says it on the focus. Okay.
May I ask you something?
I can't help you with that, sir.
So I might need to. It says that that's everything there. So apparently all that I'm missing is just evidence from the boat shop. I'm not sure what exactly I'm missing. Nothing out here. Unless there's another place that I've been able to access yet.
Bloodied bandages.
Oh, storage. That would explain. I just need
navigate and
to
warn others at sea.
It should have a warning to cover your ears.
check extra room. There's
Sails of hatred. I suppose there is something for everyone, including champions.
Hey, a word about the trilogy.
Right then, you literary expert, you, what was so important about these books? Or did you simply need some kindling?
It's inspirational. I have a plan. Are you listening?
I wish I wasn't, but I am.
So, we catch a monkey, a langur, for example, then we extract some blood from it.
What? Why?
It will make us forever young, Sherry. Page 127 of the second book.
Oh, I am so tired.
No, wait. Then how about we make a wax statue?
I've stopped listening, John.
everyone's a critic. Achievement.
Undeniably psychotropes. Not for toothache, I think. A typical tea tin. I wonder what he has for biscuits.
Who knows? Okay. Found drugs. So this is the only one left.
A foghorn to navigate and warn others at sea.
Nothing else here.
Oi,
There we go.
hands off my possessions before you lose your fingers. Are you illiterate? The rules are written everywhere.
Ah, Mr. Perks, the cabin boy himself.
Champion, you mean? I was right. You are illiterate. I think a couple of shiners might teach you. One last chance. Who are you?
I am a friend of Theodore Gilden. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I need a few words from you about...
Get out of here. I'm not joking. Leave this place before you have cause to regret it. I will use force.
Do the police still throw people in prison for smuggling? Oh yes, with you helpless and handcuffed, I'd learn a few more secrets. We don't need to compete with our egos now, surely.
Oh no. I'd rather you tell me something more, so that I might have more reasons to punch you out.
Okay, now. Okay, what's the deal? Oh, there we go. Yeah, since I discovered the drugs.
So, a woman wishes to become a real criminal, and smuggling is a stepping stone towards that? Is there not enough prestige in yachting? Or is it easier to compete with other fools like yourself? Everyone has a starting pistol, just shoot and run.
Don't say a word. I don't know where you're getting half of this nonsense, but you're on some thin ice here that I'm willing to crack.
Damn you, Paul. I'm sick of... Who's this peacock? Does he know who I am?
I definitely know who you are not. You're not a dictionary reader, at least. I wanted to see how you... pals interact with each other in your natural habitat. But I'm afraid I have to interfere.
I'm coming for you. I'm coming.
Too simple. Don't cry, you'll live. Don't bother moving.
The snuff's ready. Can overcome the brute now. It's all your...
Bag! I couldn't miss the party.
Too simple.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Hey, there we go. It finally worked.
Don't cry, you'll live.
I couldn't miss the party.
Take a rest, my friend. Too simple.
The snuff's ready.
I am invincible. I couldn't miss the party.
Can overcome the brute now.
Yummy. Thank you. Let me just reload.
No more crime for you until next month.
Nice.
And there's no reward
you
for
for the
risking our
money.
lives.
Paul's explanation will suffice. Your fellow mariners have a strange way of showing hospitality.
They were not my friends.
Are you sure? I would rather risk my neck for someone who's at least honest and thankful.
Perhaps then don't enter someone's life and be so judgmental, pretending you're better than they are.
Then give me your perspective and allow me to see through your eyes. I tried to tell you before, but your partners interrupted. Have you heard the news? Theodore Gilden is dead. Do you have anything to say?
Well, what a shock. To me, he was an angry old ogre. Good riddance. Was it Goliath that killed him? Did it crush him? Break his bones? Come on, tell me. I want all the details.
You have an unusual way of showing grief. Imogen wouldn't appreciate that. But yes, the animal could have been involved.
It's poetic in a way, isn't it? It takes a beast to kill a monster. I wish I could have been that elephant.
What were you doing this morning, Miss Perks?
Don't call me that. I'm a champion. I was sailing.
The other club members told me that you missed the race this morning. Do champions not need to practice?
You've talked with them already. No, I wasn't racing. I visited the doctor after that attack on me. And then I had to honor the deal with the bandits you just took care of.
This business of yours, you should be more careful. Ruining your life at such a young age is ridiculous.
I am careful. Except for you, no one has noticed where I store the smuggled goods. If the police arrive, there's no link to me. It's common storage, not exclusively mine. I don't know what you're suggesting.
Between yachts, darts, and notes from bandits, I've discovered many fascinating facts about you. But this, an installment of Nabe and Laura's adventures. Why did you sully your library with this?
It's a gift from Imogen. I didn't buy it. I might have turned a couple of pages, but nothing more. I swear.
I will give you the benefit of the doubt, but your literary taste has
Put you on the blacklist. Let's see. There we go.
A charming picture. I've heard that champions do often pose with their trophies.
Cheeky. It is a lovely trophy, though. I'm sure you will agree.
What is it that you like most about her? Her naivety? Her father's money?
A somewhat difficult choice. Especially now that her father is out of the equation.
Okay.
Imogen doesn't strike me as an industrious young lady, so I find it strange that she was busy packing up all her belongings when Mr. Gilden died. That's some favourable wind in your sails, isn't it?
Is it so suspicious that a couple might embark on a trip? I wanted to thank her, so we planned to go travelling. A Theodore-free place, without elephants.
The timing of it is suspicious, however. Your lady friend becomes an orphan and heir, and there's a planned trip directly afterwards.
An improvised romantic dinner will never please a spoilt girl. A planned voyage might. It's not spur of the moment.
Fair.
Look what I found. A box full of darts.
Hey, that's mine.
I confiscated it. These darts appear to be filled with something. Poison? How powerful is it?
It's strychnine. Enough to instantly kill a small rodent. I haven't tried it on a human. Yet. I hope you know what you're doing.
Could it immobilize a larger animal, say, an elephant?
I've never tried, but I have wondered. I'm clueless.
A. Swift. Are you familiar with this name? The gentleman had business with Mr. Gilden.
Likely just another strange and wrinkled fellow like old Gilden was. Perhaps this Swift person has a rhino, and they wanted to see which pet was stronger. In other words, I don't know who he is, but I bet he's crazy like Theodore.
I doubt that Cortona has ever boasted a battle arena for that size of mammal. You have an interesting imagination.
I don't know what you're suggesting.
Okay.
You smuggle illicit psychotropes on your yacht. Not a delivery for the hospital, I'm sure.
Of course not. I've had to cut corners to earn some money. How might a person afford to pay for a yacht in an honest way? I don't know, although I'm smart. The buyers are my customers. Adults who are willing to pay for their pleasure, or weapons for jewels. Whatever they want me to deliver. Nothing criminal.
Well, it's your lucky day. I'm not here because of smuggling. Have you tasted this tea yourself?
I wouldn't have been a champion if I had used it. It's just a side business that keeps my career afloat. It's quite expensive to compete in yachting. Sometimes I cut corners.
Such as fixing whirlpool yourself?
Exactly. And sometimes I just have to pay. That's how I earn money. I don't sell slaves or take the last mangear from a poor family.
Fair. Although you would think that winning, being the champion of this club would net you a pretty good amount of money.
What can you tell me about the elephant?
He's smarter than some people here, including his owner. Although I feel he could be dangerous, no matter how much he's fed.
Why is that? Have you ever seen Goliath attack anyone?
Well, not exactly. But I saw it, abusing some poor tree during one of its walks with Theodore. The expression on that old ninny's face was priceless. But it wasn't funny to look at. Believe me, it was frightening.
Okay. What's to do with the...
Does this knife seem familiar? I didn't find it in your competitor's back, to be clear.
This knife is as blunt as your humor. It's a bosun's knife, but it's not mine. I wouldn't be so careless as to mislay my tools.
So both people say that it's not tools.
It seems as though Theodore Gilden hung a sword of Damocles over your life and career. Were these only words, or something more serious?
Check my forearm. Pulled muscles and bruises. Small cuts. Nothing that you could call serious.
I doubt that a man in his late 50s could wrestle you.
It wasn't him. He behaved like a rat and hired brutes. His boys tried to lock my hands behind my back, but I was faster and I escaped.
Was he so protective of his daughter, or was it your feminine secret that provoked him?
My guess is that he was protecting his property. As he saw it, he owned Imogen, and he treated her like a piece of furniture. He didn't want his daughter to be loved by anyone. What's more painful is that Theodore didn't allow me to love his daughter. Typical.
I'm not sure that your relationship with Imogen could be described as typical.
Are you afraid of a woman in trousers? Now that's typical of men.
Okay. Is that all the evidence from here now? Okay. Okay, so now back to here. Threatened and attacked. There's that. So bruise in the shed. Ooh. Yeah. Fatal battering. Everybody. No. Okay, so there's still some evidence missing, it appears. Claims Goliath citizen. Okay, so now I should be able to find Goliath. Their Swift may have been at the scene. They both had... They both had injuries on their elbows, though. I didn't mark it specifically, but okay. So let's look at this. Okay, so I can pick up some of these items. Let's see. So Arthur said it's not his knife and that he doesn't use one in his work, which is fair because it's a dig site. And Imogen could be covering for a lover. Paul also did have threats and apparently was attacked. Let's see, where's the part about... They didn't see Paul. First, let's go ahead and do this. Okay, -3, -4, and 5. Two. Let's see. Okay, what does this one do? Subtracts 1 from the region's value. Okay, so I've got adds 1 and subtracts 1 plus swapping. Could make this -3 and -1 and add those two together. This one negative. Just gonna see where this takes me. Right here. So this gives -3, -3. I need 2 blue, and that's it. Which I can do by using this and using 2 of these. Combining those. So I need this last one here. It's this. Swap it. Add 1. -3, -4, and 5. There we go. Okay, so I've got the pheromones. Now I just need to do this stuff.
It might be relevant.
Yep, all evidence collected. That was what I needed. Deductions. So they both may have fallen on the shed. Biggest thing is probably finding Goliath. So for that, I need to go back over here. Go east. First, I need to... Okay, I can't change. Uh... There we go. So I have to be a worker to get in here. And whatever reason, this ice cream man outfit is like a worker. It looks so funky, but it works.
Stop.
Okay. Here and grab you.
This fabric will work.
Mrs. Nini seemed to know her sewing inside out. I bet she missed us.
I hope Miss Nini won't misunderstand me.
Yeah, I know, right? I didn't realize that I could change his wardrobe too. So now we're both ice cream men. Oh, so I can make John the plague doctor. Okay. Or the gangster. Let's go gangster. Go back here. It's kind of ironic. I actually like this suit better than the original one just because it's black with red and gold outline stuff rather than just the plain old purple and black. There's also blue, but oh, I need to go to that. I was going to. I already had it. So she is at the intersection of Knights Road and Trinity Way and Scaladio. So Knights, Trinity, Scaladio. Okay, so here's Trinity. Nice. So here. All right. Let's go here. The mark. I'm facing the wrong direction. Probably just took the long way around, but whatever. Just Nini's, there we go.
Good day, madam. I've come to you with a special requirement. The tailors on the street can't help me, I'm afraid. Could you make a doll for me?
Oh, Senor Holmes. You taught the police how to do their job, and they found the thief. Of course I will help you. But what sort of doll? A child's doll, such as my great niece might play with?
A little larger than your typical doll.
Signore, I don't understand. Boy, girl, animal, and what color?
Animal, a passionate, perhaps amorous animal.
Ah, signore,
That's not very
you
specific.
talk in riddles. I am an old lady who's seen it all. Tell me what you need.
I need a life-size elephant.
That is a
I think
very
Mrs.
big
Neely
doll.
outdid herself with this one. Is that a tail?
That's a trunk, John, but I must agree with you that it's her masterpiece.
Well, let's not waste any time. I can't wait to see the fruits of your labour.
Alright. So I've got all this. Should use the coal gas to inflate the lure. Okay, that's easy enough. Go back down here.
The game is on.
So, what's the plan? I hope it all doesn't go horribly wrong.
We know that the elephant is seeking a female. We can arrange that. A doll with the appropriate scent might do miracles.
So, you're a marriage broker. Well, I suppose that makes me a groomsman. Oh, she is a bit breezy, I must say.
Well, Goliath is eager for a single female elephant in his area. It should be just enough for his taste. You'll need to trust me.
Yep. Single females in your
Are we ready?
area.
I can't stand attention.
We're ready. Let's call the elephant.
Do the tempting. Do you like raisins? How do you feel about a date?
How could anyone resist?
I told you that you had a nice trunk. You convinced me.
I knew a lady once who said just that.
Really now? Too teasing. You were a chicken, you'd be an egg.
Too bad I'm not an elephant.
That would be impatient. Here I am. What were your other two wishes?
Take your time, Sherry.
Maybe the submissive, the last one? Please show me a night I'll never forget.
That deserves a slap. And then a kiss.
And here's our lovesick friend.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess just the one option worked, or maybe I had to do all of them. I'm not sure.
What is the meaning of this? Why are you bringing it here? I won't allow you to leave it.
I assure you that it is only a temporary measure. It won't be long until the elephant is gone, I promise you.
I'm not sure what went on with the menacing music. I will say though, most of the music in this game is really good. I like it. Who would have known? A dart, probably. Yep. One of the darts that both
A feathered
had.
fletching. There's something in the needle. This might be promising. Peaceful and compliant, almost a gentleman. It injured
Scratches?
itself while running through the forest.
Yeah. Yeah, the music is, for the most part, it seems like in most areas, kind of somber-ish. But, I don't know. I'm a fan of good music in video games, so it's just always nice. and it has good music.
The left tusk is larger and more worn. You're a left-tusked elephant.
I didn't know elephants had a particular tusk that they were thought of as. Okay, so that's it for you. So now I can go back here. Let's figure out the substance. That should tell me. Because one of them had strychnine and the other one had, I don't remember, 2, 1, and -4. So this would give me... So is there just... Let's see, if I did this and negative this, I could have 2 and then negative, yeah. Then I'd need 1 blue. That would really work. Do 2 with -4, that would give me 2 of the red. That would give me -2 blue. Do make this +5 with this -4. That would give me -1. Just start spalling this to make both these negative. Find them. There's 1 and -2. So then this. That was a lot easier than a couple of past ones. Said it would start easy and get harder, and it definitely did, but that one was a lot easier than the past two. So both of them may have shot the elephant dart. That's another theory. Try to protect. See that as a likely outcome. Okay. So we're thinking, because it was mating season, that Goliath broke free. And we're thinking that probably Paul was probably there. And I'm thinking that third party tried to protect. So I'd be more tempted to save Goliath, because I think that's kind of the issue. It's just that, yeah, probably relocation. Thinking this one makes the most sense. Because he definitely wasn't in a native or... But it's like... Yeah. Could... Potential... See if there's another... Okay, here's the other division. This one's also valid. Also a third option, I believe. Yeah. I don't think it necessarily matters which one I pick, but I think all the evidence. Strychnine inside it. Okay. If I remember right, strychnine was... where is this? Arthur Swift, he claims that they're used for rodents. So Paul claims that they were loaded with strychnine. He didn't say what. Strychnine directly ties it to Paul. So, based on that, Paul, I think, was at the scene of the crime. Paul was not at the race in the morning. And could be protected, could be... could be used. Thing is, Paul had motive. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Yeah, see, that doesn't leave any conclusion. It has to be this one. Because it is mating season for the animal, so he could have just wanted to get out. All had motive because Theodore attempted to destroy her. I am very much so more tempted to do this because the strychnine is not a... I think it would have to be this. With conclusions. Hmm. Nah, I'd have to go with this because the elephant, in this case, did nothing wrong. I do think that... Yeah. I think that's the conclusion I'm gonna have to go with. Blue? Doesn't say. Now, need to go down here. Talk to the one that I'm pretty sure. Is there anything wrong with my reasoning, you think? Because, I mean, thinking it through logically, this conclusion makes the most sense. Save, actually.
Did it feel good killing Theodore Gilden after the humiliation and threats?
What? I thought you were blaming Goliath for that.
No, I think you killed Theodore Gilden. Goliath is, unfortunately, a victim of circumstance.
I'm far better than to kill Gilden. Believe me.
You see, I managed to capture the elephant. Goliath had a dart stuck in his hide, similar to the ones that you used to kill rodents. My guess is that you used Goliath. A dart can kill a mouse or human, but for an elephant, it's not enough. Strychnine is a powerful stimulant and convulsant. Once the drug was in the bloodstream, Goliath became extremely agitated and so blinded by the flow of energy that he killed his owner.
And my dart is responsible for that. I'd rather use my hands.
Yes, there would have been fewer variables, but after the attack on you, your condition didn't allow for a direct confrontation. So, you used what you had.
That's not what happened. Anyone might have the same set of darts as I do. They're not expensive.
But not everyone knew Theodore and had access to his property. You were at the crime scene at the precise moment when Gilden died.
I was not. I was visiting the doctor after the attack on me.
Ah, of course, where no one saw you. That's an inconvenience. But in any case, the person who was there met the rage of the elephant. One was struck by the gate with such impact that they were thrown into the shed. The knife fell out. The bruises on your elbow match the contour of the hole in the shed.
But I told you where my bruises came from.
And I heard you, but you didn't catch my words. A bosun's knife was found there, a very specific tool commonly used in your field.
That's only your assumption. I was never there. I mean, I was, but not when this happened.
And lastly, motive.
I can understand why you killed Mr. Gilden. He saw you with his daughter. He checked up on you, yachtsman, smuggler, and a woman. He went so far as to hire some thugs to attack you. Theodore knew your weakness, your career. He forced you into a corner. You're a survivor. You were prepared for the worst, but Theodore surpassed even your worst-case scenario. So you responded accordingly.
I've earned everything myself. Every victory, every trophy, every mangir. I achieved all of it without murder. I don't need to kill in order to win.
And you weren't afraid that he would reveal your secret to the owner of the yacht club or your competitors?
I can control my fear. Trust me, I wouldn't have become a professional athlete otherwise.
I revealed many truths and lies concerning Gilden. One banal fact is that he was a bitter and angry man who acted according to his own desires and impulses. Such people are dangerous, they are unpredictable, and value their own comfort more than anything and anyone. The same as you, Paul.
Are you out of your mind?
You're a gambler, smuggler, and actor. You indulge your self-importance. Such egocentricity and impulsivity is frightening. I won't allow you to play with someone else's life. You are under arrest.
Wait. At least tell Imogen. Tell her where I am.
I think she deserves a space without you. I heard you can gamble on racing in prison, only it's rat racing. No yachts. Goodbye, Paul.
Why did you pick my Paul? Out of all the people on this island. Just when I needed someone I could rely on.
Believe me, I saved you. I found the true murderer. Would you really choose to live with the person who took your father's life?
You took away the pillar I was relying on. Paul was my only hope. You've destroyed it.
It was Paul who destroyed it, not me. I was merely the fact-checker who discovered the real culprit. And now about that elephant.
Oh yes, Goliath. You did nothing about it. I had to deal with it. Fortunately, there was a real man wanting to help me. He agreed to buy Goliath and relocate him to his property.
I suppose I must congratulate you.
I'd rather you leave. But first, here are my father's belongings. Some of them have information about your mother. Take them and leave me be.
I appreciate it, Miss Gilden. I assure you, I only wanted to find the true perpetrator.
Perhaps. Or perhaps you found a convenient scapegoat. Goodbye.
I truly hope you meet more honest people in the future. Take care.
I'm pretty sure that I picked the right thing. And it just all made sense. I mean, I could have blamed the elephant, but I don't know, just didn't feel like I should at that point, because the elephant did do it. So he lived. Interesting. One side. Interesting.
My mother always wore this around her neck until one day it disappeared. I was wondering where it went. She said it was a birthday present from a good friend. I just had another glimpse of a memory, John. It's fuzzy, but I'm sure it happens somewhere in the manor.
Finally moving forward. Shall we go?
First, I need to... That. And you, and go back here.
You know, I envy you, Sherry. You can talk to other people and they won't ignore you.
And I envy you. You can ignore any person you're bored with. You don't miss out on much. Most men are dull, unlike yourself.
Well, I'm flattered.
had a surprise for my mother. You had a shovel with you, John. I was holding an ancient Greek vase, or rather, quite a big piece of it. I remember now, we dug up the vase from Greek ruins here on Cordona, and were eager to show my mother right away. For some reason, the door was closed. We knocked.
But nobody answered. We thought that she was busy.
So we left the vase and ran downstairs. I decided to gather some archaeological tools in order to take a closer look at the vase.
But then we heard something, didn't we?
Yes. It came from upstairs.
The vase was broken, shards scattered all over the floor. And your mother was standing at the door.
Indeed, John. I doubt it was her. Let me concentrate. Otto Richter was standing there, furious at us. Dr. Richter told us never to disturb my mother when the door is closed. He said she had broken the vase.
But we didn't believe him. I bet he smashed it.
Probably. Because if she was sickly, or, well, sick, tuberculosis, then she might not have had the ability to pick up heavy objects like that. Especially since she was a little bit older, but who knows?
Her things are still here.
Presumably Mycroft never felt the need to sort through it all.
Or couldn't bring himself to.
No. He would have put it behind him and moved on. My brother is not one for sentimentality.
Paper. Sherlock Holmes died 41. Cardiac arrest during an opera. Sydney came to severe shock. It's basically
It's
just
a strange feeling to read about my father's death in the newspaper. I can't recall anything except the deep feeling of loss.
You were too young. It happened before we even met. It's so sad. I'm sorry.
Okay. So because she was sick, she wasn't able to do work as well.
Do you think the doctor could have used these tools here? I hope not.
I don't even recognize these tools. Sleep problems, periods of anxiety, slight confusion of memories, prescribed a strong sedative. Sedation has helped minimize anxiety, but now she experiences catatonia, apathy, and prolonged depression. Confusion worsened, began writing letters to her deceased husband. 6 further drugs to balance her mental state and hydrate. Jeez. 6 drugs at one time on top of the other one? That's a lot of drugs. Middling results. Confusion worsening to delusions. Aggravated. Aggressive behavior. Episodes of violence against her family and herself. Raise the dosages of medications? Man, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some medications that killed her. therapy. Some mild hallucinogens. Jeez.
There appear to be residues of the bottle's contents at the bottom.
More than residue. It's like or bottle.
No labels. I doubt it ever had one. This room always reeked with an acrid medicinal stench. And here is the reason.
Yep, all those different medications.
Looks like it was damaged by a blunt object.
It,
This picture was drawn by my mother. I recognize her hand. There's a date on it, 8th of December, 1868. This seems a bit odd. I can recognize my mother's style, but it's far too sloppy. Dated 12th of February, 1869. It's difficult to tell what this is meant to represent. There's no date at all.
seems like the progression of the disease.
Straps on the bed. Just doesn't look right.
Potassium bromide. Huh.
Seems this was the most frequently used medication. One dram dissolved in a glass of water, administered daily. Not to exceed 1 dose in 24 hours, not to be given to children.
Grams. That must be one of the letters that she wrote as her memory was.
Oh, I would love to take a bath right now.
Not this one. Surface corrosion suggests it was prone to extreme temperature fluctuations. For medical purposes, I suppose.
Yeah, the hydrotherapy. That was.
My mother loved flowers. They made her smile. I remember we would bring a new bouquet every week to make her a bit happier.
That's why we collected all the violet flowers we could find on the island. Look what I found! The White King is under attack. Sherry, can you save him and checkmate the opponent in one move?
Oh, jeez.
You're not obliged to be here, Sherry. We can leave any time you want.
Oh, I probably have to go in here and pin this. Checkmate him in one move. His figures are black, so he's black. I am. Checkmate one. Let's see if I am. Then the king with the bishop. Save my retreat. been a long time since I've played chess, and I was never really good at the strategies. I always just kind of played how I felt. Got the white bishop there. And so apparently there's no bishop there. If I move the king back, that wouldn't really do anything. I think I've got to defend with the bishop.
Oh, nice move. You saved the king and checkmated the black king with the rook.
Oh yeah, the rook. Got huh? So I did. So now, let's see. Ace notes. And that. Just a note. Let's go ahead and do this chemical analysis. This must be divided by 2. Soon. Yep. Okay, so. Flip this to give me negative, positive 2 red and negative 2 brownie. That. Sure. 2, negative 4. So. 2 of these. This. So 2, negative 8, and 1. That's what I was looking for. We could add you, and that would this gives me 2. -2 and two and 5. Interesting that it gives me the -2s this time, or the divide by 2s. Actually, I could just do something simple here, I think. So, -5, subtract -6. 3 minus 1. That's 2. Add 9. And boom. Derived from a mushroom. Okay, so that would be the hallucinogenic you talked about. Before I continue on this, and So. Stuff.
The broken plate shards were all over the floor. Mycroft had to change his suit as the one he was wearing was completely stained. Mother was troubled that morning. Something we did upset her. Dr. Richter tried to calm her down. We had to put the tray with Mother's morning tea down, but why? It's starting to ring a bell. I think it happened in the morning.
Okay. Let's see. So. Yeah, I'm gonna say because there's broken stuff before. So Mother was upset about something. Might be like this. Yep.
I don't believe you! Liars! Get away from me! It's not true! It's not real!
What? Oh.
Everything will be okay, Sherry. I promise.
It was the morning of the 9th of April, the day my mother died. My mother, she was not just ill, but mad. God have mercy.
I'm sorry. That explains why you locked the memory away.
There must be more, John. That was the morning of her death. I need to know what happened. John!
Every time you... I just don't... Please, Sherry, leave it be.
Just breathe, John. You know that I cannot leave the last stone unturned. We are so close.
I know. But can we at least leave it for another day?
Well, history tells us these memories are triggered by our investigation of other matters. I suspect it could not be forced even if I so desired.
Thank you. How are you feeling about all this? Tell me, I'm not the only one reeling.
It feels wrong, sad. Like they're the memories of another man. I'm struggling to reconcile my love for my mother with the reality of who she was. And worse, what possessed Mycroft to lie about it? There are precious few pieces of this puzzle remaining, John. Let us dawdle here no longer.
Indeed. Wait, did you hear that?
Yes. Metallic soles. What is this sailor doing here?
Yeah. I need to change this back because it ruins some of the seriousness in the cutscenes. Okay. Who's knocking at our front door?
Sherlock Holmes, isn't it? I was looking for you.
With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
You can call me your new game. The rules are simple. I have something for you, but you alone must work out what that is.
And that something is my prize, I suppose?
You're a fast learner, sir.
Put the ink on his head. Yeah. Ink paint in the hair. Sailor uniform, yeah. Signs of hard labor. Alright. I am going to say probably an artist disguised as a laborer because, or as a sailor because, well, paint and no signs of hard physical labor, which a sailor would definitely have. There we go.
I cannot believe that Mr. Vogel has somehow successfully called my attention to his gallery. You're here with an invitation to visit it, obviously.
My word, you are fast, Mr. Holmes. Could you explain how you came to that conclusion?
Of course. Explanations are my favorite part of any conversation. Hands without any sign of regular physical activity, in contradiction to one who would most usually wear such a uniform. The paint in your hair is pink. I don't know of any military service that paints their ships pink, unless they have launched a new fashionable fleet. A sailor with the soul of an artist? I would suggest rather a gallery employee disguised as a sailor to mislead me. How many artists on the island know where I live and of my passion for deduction? Werner Vogel is clearly at the top of the list. And you've been attempting to conceal something square-shaped within your pocket. An invitation, I suppose. An invitation to Mr. Vogel's gallery.
That was remarkable, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Vogel was right about your genius. I think he may have even underestimated you. This is your invitation. Please tell Mr. Vogel that the seed has been planted. He asked me to tell you to do so, if you win this little game. Farewell.
Art gallery at the Caravanserai, crossroads of Bazaar Road and Hermes Avenue in the city. Bazaar Road, Hermes Avenue in the city. Bazaar Road, Hermes Avenue. Oh, hey, what do you know? What's that? I am going to choose here. Mark you since you're right there. Ooh, there's a furniture dealer there. Apparently now has more stuff for me. Same down here, art trader. Apparently there's something there. And I need more money. I'm honest at the moment in order to buy stuff. So, first things first, let's see what they want here. Maybe it's a way for me to make money. That's right there. The pharmacy here. Too bad I can't go in.
Mr. Holmes, I have something for you. Mr. Holmes, I see what you're up to. Mysterious stranger pursues betrothed woman. But please, let us keep things professional. I have in my possession an envelope containing details of a special assignment for you. Tell me, are you interested?
Yes.
I believe I am, but to be very clear, Miss Sertle, my interest extends to the message and not the messenger.
So he claims he's not a gal sneaker, seducing women everywhere he goes. Perhaps the truth is even more scandalous?
Please spare me the speculation. Return to the matter at hand.
A gang of smugglers, the Eels, have Codona in their clammy grip. The British Empire can abide it no longer. Mycroft insists they be disbanded, but this organization only falls with the capture of their odious leader, Friedrich Panzer. And note well, I did say capture, not kill. Inside your envelope is a map marked with the Eels' warehouses. But alas, we do not know in which Friedrich Panzer resides.
So even Mycroft has his limits.
Indeed. You must be sure to identify the correct warehouse before entering, because once one is compromised, the other's occupants will scatter. Here are all
Makes
the
sense.
files, and feel free to use the archive too. Again, do not enter the wrong location, nor see any harm done to Friedrich Panzer.
Miss Sertle, if you're quite done with the redundant instructions, I shall get to work.
Well, that's perfect. Tortured hero lashes out after rejected romance. Tomorrow's edition will be a sensation.
Okay. New locations. 3 warehouses. These things always come in threes, don't they? House number 3. Ugly face Bill. Alright, let's look at... So it is going to be recent. It is going to be an obituary. And it's going to be... Silverton. All right. So it's going to require me to be disguised. Okay. Some good info there. Oh, thanks for following, Shane. See if the board refreshes. See if they've got interesting stuff to make money on.
He's even been putting up.
Sing items yesterday. Okay. Music teacher, no. Bread, no. Rob question, no. So, antiques. Okay. It's always kind of hard to pick out stuff the first time.
He's even
There's not much context. Sing items. Selling antiques. No. Oh. Crap.
Oh, well, I guess we'll have to try again. Remember to focus only on what's relevant to the room.
He's even been putting up.
Okay. Brother was sent to London, no. Bread, no. Selling antiques, no. Teacher? Island recently still. There we go. Music teacher. Putting up posters around St. Clement's Cathedral. Hearing information about his stolen violin. Okay. String theory. That reminds me of something much different rather than stringed instruments, even though I used to play.
Would you like to report a crime?
No, I was hoping there might be more stuff here. You have anything?
So much work, so little time.
I guess maybe once I get past the first part of the main story, maybe it'll refresh. Maybe. Not sure. I think I'm gonna go to the bandit lair. Just because. I haven't tried one yet. But it's a good way to make money. Then I can buy stuff for the mansion. There's an achievement for getting all of the furniture and everything. Save. Oh, hey, look. That's not obvious at all.
Excuse me, just one question.
Mr. Moneybags, can I give you a piece of advice? You don't want to bother me.
But you see, I do. Activate challenges for a higher reward multiplier. Arrest everyone in Silverton Lair to unlock. Arrest everyone in Miners Inn Lair. Okay. I was planning on arresting everybody instead of killing any of them. Just because I know it gets me money.
I'm coming. I couldn't miss the party.
Now.
I'm coming for you.
Take a rest, my friend.
Come on over here. Thank you.
Too simple.
In the
Give
foot.
him the pepper snuff.
Ah, yes, because I actually can do that this time. I'm stuck. There we go.
I'm coming for you. Oh! I'm coming. I'm coming. Time to knock this guy out. Take this!
You're shooting your own dude in the back.
No more crime for you until next month.
I couldn't miss the party. We can overcome the brute now.
Don't bother moving. You've...
Give him the pepper snuff.
I like how that's all it takes to get most of them is just a nice little smack.
Don't cry, you'll live.
Yes. Well, hello there.
It's all you.
Excuse me, I'm trying to arrest this guy.
No more crime for you.
The snuff's ready. I'm coming for you.
Take a rest, my friend.
Dodge this!
Ow, he got me through the tree. Twice.
I am invincible.
We can overcome the brute now.
There we go.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Is that all of them? Rank 3 discombobulator. Nice. Oh, okay. Interesting. So I can get higher rewards just by doing this. Have I even found any of the other ones? No, I haven't. How much money do I have? 98. I'm gonna see how much more.
No more crime for you until next month. Don't bother moving. You've lost. Don't cry, you'll live.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Hello? Smack.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
It's all yours now. Go for it.
I couldn't miss the party.
You will
No
now.
more crime for you until next month.
There we go.
I couldn't miss the party.
Take a rest, my friend.
The snuff's ready.
Okay. You take care as well. Have a good one.
I couldn't miss the party.
Don't give him the pepper snuff.
I'm coming for you.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Time to knock this guy out.
Just gonna do a casual reload right there.
No more crime for you until next month.
Yes. Hello there. Ow.
Eat lead.
You can overcome them. The snuff's ready.
I am invincible.
Oh wow, I actually died. Okay. Really wanted to see how much more I would get though. Just have to try to play it a little bit safer.
I'm coming.
coming for you. I couldn't miss the party. I'm coming.
But you will miss the party.
Too simple. Don't cry, you'll live.
The snuff's ready.
Too simple.
I'm coming.
Ah, jeez.
I'm coming for you.
Time to knock this guy out. We can overcome the brute now.
I'm coming for you. Take this! I'm coming.
Too simple.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Don't bother moving.
I'm gonna hurt
Can
you.
you not please? I love shooting him in the
No
foot.
more.
The snuff's ready.
Really does remind me of like John Wick.
I am invincible. I'm coming for you. Get ready for some pain.
Ah, jeez, too many people.
Don't bother moving. You've lost. No more crime for you until next month. Take a rest.
The snuff's ready.
I'll put you 6 feet under. I'm coming for you. I couldn't miss the party.
I thought we'd give him the pepper snuff.
I'm coming.
I did not mean to kill the one dude.
I couldn't miss the party. I'm coming.
Time to knock this guy out.
Excuse me.
Don't give him the pepper snuff. Hey, you could have kept him alive.
Take this!
Take a rest, my friend.
the heck? Is he... Oh.
You can overcome the...
Ah, crap. That.
I'm coming for you. You're dead! Just die!
Too simple. The snuff's ready.
Okay, so I got less. Yeah, no, I didn't mean to kill anybody, John, but whatever. Okay. Let's see. Central Gladio around the cathedral. Okay. So here. There. I do have some money, so I'm gonna go down here and get items that are now in stock.
The finest clothes for the finest people on the island.
Masterpieces by... My goods will... Enjoy your purchase.
Now I can go back to here. The closest is here. This way. Who's kiosk? Ah.
Corset or corset? Interested in some Cordona news?
Heck yeah, lay it on me.
Check the front page. You won't regret it.
Okay, so I'm looking for missing... There we go. Professor's Road, north of Adler Street in Scaladio. So, here? That's right, I meant to take off. On Professor's Road, north of Adler Street, Scaladio. So, let's be around here somewhere.
Can I ask you a question?
Don't think I can trust you.
I'm having deja vu. This house seems so familiar.
Greetings. Would you be here about my violin by any chance?
I am. I saw from your posters that it was stolen. The name is Sherlock Holmes.
Very pleased to meet you, Mr. Holmes. I'm Anthony Jones. But by the sounds of it, you haven't seen my instrument, alas. But if there's anything you can do to help locate it, I'd be most glad.
Just tell me exactly what happened. How was your violin stolen?
Some needy soul broke into my home while I was out. The only thing of value they took was the instrument.
Did you report the theft to the police?
I did, but they dismissed it as petty theft. Don't get me wrong, I don't blame them. They certainly have more important matters to deal with.
You know, somebody who understands that.
It would be another crime if I let some petty thief get away with your beloved violin. Let me help you find it.
Oh, thank you very much. I cannot tell you how grateful I am. Oh, come inside, I'll show you everything. Feel free to look around.
Alright, let's see. Let's start with this.
The door was kicked in. This cover is dusty. It hasn't been taken off for a long time.
Mm-hmm. So they left the bow, which...
The thief left the bow. I suppose he prefers pizzicato.
Yeah, pizzicato's hard on a stand-up bass sometimes. Can't
The
pluck
jagged
as
bottle
fast.
reeks of cheap whiskey. The scrap of fabric is covered in white stains. Clumsy of a thief to cut himself on the glass he just broke.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was inebriated. Trips. Yeah.
An utterly useless theft deterrent for a glass display case. Nothing was taken except for the violin. How odd.
I agree. You need the bow for it to actually be worth something.
These are intricate pieces of music. Quite beautiful if my sight reading holds true.
The bass is actually just about tall enough for him. So, what's in here?
I see you've received many accolades.
Ah, those are from a long time ago. I used to perform a lot in my youth.
Big rat.
Anything else you'd like to know?
You weren't here when the burglary happened, correct?
I was tending to my wife's grave at the cemetery. I was only gone a few hours and locked the door before leaving.
Does anyone else live here?
No. My dear Emily died long ago. And God never blessed us with children. I used to give music lessons, but nobody visits me anymore.
It's sad and unfortunate. Alright, all evidence has been collected. Let's figure out what the right substance is first. Is this... Oh, so the other one divides it by 2. This one divides by 2. Now to start off, I can multiply you by 2 and get the negative 10 so that I can just add you into the final product. Makes it easy. And also take you and multiply you by 2. The final product. It's too bad though, there's nothing, just negative 3. Oh, that. You subtract 1 and inverse you. And it's acquired. You. That's it. Both of you. No, I only did 2. That one was actually easy. Pieces of salt and gunpowder, eh? Okay. I might decide here to start the trail. Right.
Fresh fruit. Freshy, fleshy, fresh.
That leads here.
The trail stops here among the waste.
Hello, sir. Would you like some fruit? Fresh from the orchard?
I'm not hungry, but I'm looking for a violin that was stolen. Any chance you saw someone with one?
Oh, yes, I did. It was sailors, sir. And they were very good customers. They ate lots of fruit and said that my donkey looks like their friend. A Lieutenant Sean.
A lieutenant. Did you see where they went?
No, sorry, sir. I was helping other buyers. Oh, and sir, the sailors also took my donkey. So I guess they weren't very good customers. They promised to return him, but they didn't come back. My father will kill me if he finds out. So I'm still waiting here for them.
Do you know Anthony Jones, the musician? He lives nearby.
Of course. Mr. Jones is very kind. He never barters. Funny you ask.
I'm yet to crack a smile, so pray tell.
Well, the first time they came by, the sailors mentioned something about music, so I told them Mr. Jones can teach them how to play. Wait, so what is his violin? Oh.
You couldn't have known they would steal from the old man. Fortunately, you made up for it with your testimony. I'll find them and your donkey soon enough. Stay put.
So now we'll follow the donkey's footprints.
Someone must have seen where they took it. It's a donkey, for heaven's sake.
So you say that, but some people are not super observant. Heck, most typical bystander, which is everybody in most cases, doesn't notice unless they're very specific paying attention.
May I ask for your assistance?
There is no amount of money that would make me talk.
Okay, so you could have just said no.
Help me, please.
Mr. Fancy Clothes won't find any answers here.
Time to check your who, what, and what, Sherry. Who are you asking about?
I really need to change my wardrobe. Fine.
What and dressed as what?
May I ask for your assistance?
Oh, every story has a price. You're lucky I'm telling you this for free.
Sailor's pushing the donkey. You're drinking fountain, archway, all of it. Okay. You're drinking. here. Go this way. So they pushed him near here. Go. Tracks.
The donkey was being stubborn, but so were they.
There we are. The first lead in our asinine chase.
Lost a hat.
One of them lost his cap.
A pile of dung. An act of defiance. I hope it got on their shoe.
Yeah. Maybe he just needed to go to the bathroom.
Oh, this must be Lieutenant Sean. The sailors couldn't get him inside the tavern.
Don't forget to point the boy to his donkey on our way back.
Good grief, those drunks are wreaking.
Yep. Yep. Okay. Go. Alright, so it sounds like I need to go in there. Yeah, first I need to talk to him. Alright, boy, I know where your donkey's at.
I found your donkey. It's not far from here, outside the Wet Whiskers Tavern. You'd better go after it before someone decides to borrow it again.
Thank you, sir. I'll be quick as a flash. Hey, Yusuf, please look after my cart, okay? And don't eat anything. Well, you can have a couple of grapes, but only the small ones.
I look forward to the beautiful reunion.
Just a couple grapes, and only the small ones. Alright. Both have the exact same
Gonna
motion.
kick his out. Like hell.
I can either kick you out or knock you out. Take your pick. Or I could shoot you.
Don't cry, you'll live. No more crime for you.
Discombobulation.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Too simple.
I'll put you 6 feet under.
Won't work this way.
I couldn't miss the party.
But you will.
Too simple.
The snuff's ready. Give him the pepper snuff.
Take a rest, my friend.
I'll
Yes,
put you
sit
6
down.
feet under.
Oh, I didn't even see you there. I honestly don't know how the bullet wouldn't pierce the hat and just kill them, but whatever. Game mechanics.
Well, they left me no choice. I think I might be nearing intoxication myself just from the smell of them.
Yeesh. Alright. Island should be somewhere in here. There you are.
The maker's stamp suggests it was made by a student of Pressender. Quite a lovely instrument.
And somehow, after all the mayhem, it's still in one piece.
It is the most surprising part. Don't worry guys, I fixed your problem. I wonder if they put the discombobulating slap in there because that's what Robert Downey Jr. did in the movie Sherlock Holmes. I always really liked that part.
Here's your violin, Mr. Jones. It might have gained a few nicks and scratches, but considering what it's been through, it's a miracle that it's still in one piece.
God bless you. I am deeply in your debt, Mr. Holmes. The scratches don't matter. They are like scars, each telling a story. It is the sound that matters. Oh, you should hear her sing.
It would be my pleasure.
This melody, Sherlock. Don't you recognize it? Look up, Sherry. There used to be an attic up there. We used to sneak in from the roof and listen to Mr. Jones play when we were children. You should tell the old man the truth. I think it will mean a lot to him.
Bravo! I'd forgotten how beautiful a violin sounds in the skilled hands of a virtuoso. That, melody, it brought back some memories. I have a confession to make, Mr. Jones. As a child, I used to sneak into the attic above this very room and listen to you play. Spellbound by the music.
Oh, so that was you. After my wife's death, it was difficult to pick up the violin again. But knowing someone was listening helped me persevere. In fact, a young man like yourself could breathe a second life into this instrument. It's a remarkable outlet for one's emotion. You should have it.
I can't accept that. And, well, I don't play.
It's never too late to learn, Mr. Holmes. The way I see it, the violin chose you. Take good care of her.
Sherry, I'm really glad we helped him.
Me too.
I hope you'll enjoy playing it as much as I did.
Go. Even if it were a trial on his patience. Okay. So I need to like him. So the hair's good. Go find the proper clothes and body makeup. Looks like. I might go talk to this guy first. Near warehouse number 3. Save. One. Okay.
The paint is fresh. This symbol was drawn recently.
Hi.
May I ask for your assistance?
Money can't answer your questions. Hey? Live with it.
Alright, well, I'm just gonna put that there.
My cross informer should be somewhere around here. Try not to mess it up, or you'll blow his cover.
Alright, so it's up here. Save. Mental problem. Find the right eye. Okay. Glass eye, there we go.
Could you help me?
I'm not in the mood to talk to moneybags.
I guess I gotta leave the area to change clothes. To workers attire. Let's see if this works.
Is this familiar to you?
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
There. Check. Didn't see you down here earlier. E-scale. Okay.
Could you help me?
I used to work in a factory too, but things changed. Come back when you change too, then we'll talk.
Add to check. Yeah, I need specifically something like this. Okay, this works now.
Are you able to help me?
Where do you get the idea that I'll help someone like you? Get lost.
Why do we have to pay them to look the other way?
Some gangs. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. guess maybe I just don't have the proper picture of this.
Could you help me?
Oh, if only I could help you with this.
Actually,
Excuse me, just one question.
Oh, if only I could help you with this.
Oh, I am bored. Call me when you find the answer.
Excuse me, just one question.
No, friend. I'm sorry. I don't know the answer.
Are you able to help me?
I have no idea why you think I could help you.
You obviously haven't thought this all through. Or are you just annoying these people on purpose?
Now, first I think I'm going to try and find this guy's fair merchant in this area. Might try going down this way, though. This process of searching for the coin, I might find it.
Hello. Nasılsın?
Place in Silverton, inside their house. Good camp, well known for both officers and soldiers. Black Goose Club. I discovered that. No. Maybe it's up here.
ما الأخبار؟ انظروا من هنا. أهلا.
No, this is depot. Okay.
I heard stories that this place is cursed. People say the ghost of a woman in a white dress wanders here on moonless nights. Ooh, imagine.
Okay, so there. I just need to go. Maybe it's down here. Go down this way, just see if maybe there's another this way. See if there's another place where they sell stuff like clothes and whatnot. Got a pipe first, apparently.
Does this poster truly claim that Cordona has a ghost? Unholy howls keeping you inside at night? Luigi can help. All ghosts gone. Meet on southern pier of the Silverton port. Donations gratefully accepted.
Huh.
This town loves the supernatural, but all I see is another scam to disprove.
The world shrivels under a skeptic's eye. That's why you're so sullen, Sherry. You leave no room for delight in the magical.
I delight in making the unknown known. Let us begin by asking someone about the poster and then pay this Luigi a visit to the port.
Alright.
Is this familiar to you?
You'd better get out of my sight, pal.
May I ask for your assistance?
Stick to your kind in the factory and get out of the way.
Okay. I think that in this area I need more. Yeah, just like this.
Time to check your who, what, and what.
Do you know
Sherry.
anything about
who
this?
are you asking?
Brother, you
about
found the
what
right
and
person
dressed
to
as what?
ask.
There we go.
Someone is playing on people's ignorance and fear.
Or someone is bravely going toe-to-toe with an otherworldly evil to protect the innocent. You're the hero people deserve, but he's the one they need.
Man, they put a lot of references in this game. I'm gonna fast travel point. That's true. Ooh, nice. Bandit there. I will go in and fight, but gesture first. Where I save. I will be right back. Alright. So, yeah, I just need to go to southern pier of port. Probably right here. At least that would be my best bet.
Not much brandy was spilled when the bottle broke. Someone had drunk most of it already.
What's better?
Not enough blood for a murder, but plenty to suggest fists were flying in a collie shangles.
Collie shangles? Heard that.
I wonder if Luigi made it himself.
I reckon the ghost is responsible for all this mess.
Don't come to conclusions. Until we locate any evidence to the contrary, we shall continue to exclude the supernatural. Let me concentrate, John. The ghost hunter's stand was here. Someone stormed up angrily.
Let me take it from here. It was the ghost of Cordona, a horrific being, formless, with evil eyes and glassy skin that shimmered like a nebula. It lurched towards its foe.
No, John, it was human. We're staring at the evidence of a scuffle between men.
A little imagination never hurt anybody.
If a mark realizes they've been had, that the fear was baseless, the money defrauded, they will likely return to voice their displeasure.
Indeed.
And thus Luigi took a beating. Fools should have at least moved locations between scams. After the attack, he fled bloodied and bruised.
Alright. Should be... No, a bit this way.
Looks like he crawled that way.
Yep.
The empty bottle suggested intoxication. This vomit confirms it.
Well, if you were tailing supernatural creatures for a living, wouldn't you start drinking?
Thanks to you, I am often forced to tail the supernatural, and yet I'm still sober. Mostly.
Mostly. I guess he picked up another bottle.
There's a bottle missing. After expelling all the alcohol from his stomach, it seemed he was compelled to replenish it.
Perhaps because booze eases the pain of his lonely and dangerous life as a ghost hunter.
You need to stop reading the Penny Dreadfuls.
There's the court. Bottle.
He threw the bottle here. We must be near his hideout.
Maybe we just leave, Sherry. There is no need to disturb the ghost hunter from his
Looks like an
beauty
appropriate home for a ghost hunter.
sleep. I have a bad feeling about this.
Luigi's Mansion. Of
Donations, one presumes.
mm-hmm. Hey, look, probably what made those
Handcrafted,
noises.
Actually, rather beautiful work. An eerie and unsettling sound.
Really, the knife's not any evidence.
So this is where all the money was going. The painter definitely has an aesthetic. So you see, John, nothing supernatural, just a drunken lowlife fooling superstitious sailors for a living. You can't argue with the truth. The truth will out no matter what one does. You can embellish it all you like, but you're just delaying the inevitable.
Well, he can delay it no more. After what happened at the port, this scam won't work again.
Is indeed true. Okay, so I need to go and find Taylor to get stuff from you. Oh yeah, I was gonna go here first. Get some money. You still alive, man? Didn't really look like it. I'm gonna go ahead and turn you off for right now. Right.
I'm coming.
Don't cry, you'll live.
Oh, hey, buddy.
It's all yours now. Go for it. You can overcome the brute now.
Too simple.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Don't bother moving.
The snuff's ready.
I couldn't miss the party.
Don't cry, you'll live. Good day. Don't bother
Smack.
moving. You've lost.
Well, hello there. No.
Not that easy. I'm gonna hurt you. Dodge this.
Give him the...
I'm coming. I'm coming for you. I'm coming.
He's all yours now. Go for it.
I'll put you 6 feet under. I'm invincible.
Too simple.
You can overcome the brute now. The snuff's ready.
Don't cry, you'll live.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Hey, what do you know? I didn't kill anybody this time. Alright. Only 30. Alright. Let's try this challenge. 4 ammo is not really that big of a deal.
I'm coming.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Time to knock this guy out.
I will end you.
You can overcome the brute now.
Take a rest, my friend.
The snuff's ready.
No more crime for you until next month. Take a rest, my friend.
Don't cry. Give him the pepper snuff.
Just die. I'm coming for you.
No more crime for you.
Time to knock this guy out.
Dodge this.
Okay, I did.
Take.
The snuff's ready.
Don't bother moving.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Hey, what do you know? I may have only wasted 2 or 3 bullets that time. I got 40 monies. Alright. Might as well pick this up while I'm here. At least get the clue.
Excuse me, just one question.
Will you cry if I don't answer your questions?
No. The heck is in the right area, aren't they? Yeah. Do I need to have you activated? Where in the world is it?
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
No, friend. I'm sorry. I don't know the answer.
Acts like I should be right in proximity here. Acts like I should be standing right on top. Oh crap, I've gotten myself stuck here. Okay, well, it looks like I gotta load. Over here.
Come.
May your purchase bring you joy.
Don't pass by. Let's pick.
Alright, so. I think this one is the one that I need. Didn't wear a hat.
Good choice. A good choice indeed. Let's pick some.
Since they're all so cheap, I'm just gonna buy all the facial hairs. I think he had the scarred face. I'm gonna go ahead and buy some of these other basic ones as well.
A good choice.
Okay, so he was clean shaven, scarred face. Alright, I think that is him.
Good choice indeed. Don't pass.
Alright, now I think I'm going to back over here.
May I ask you something?
Hey, you're a lucky man. I know about this.
Okay, so reduce number of guards at warehouse
Could have been
3.
more helpful, but all right.
Okay, so at least there's that. Pretty sure I already did this. I don't know where I need to go for that. Let's ask some of these guys about this.
Do you know anything about this?
You're asking the wrong fella.
Do you know anything about this?
I've nothing to tell you.
Time to check your who, what, and what, Sherry. Who are
Excuse
you
me, just one
asking
question.
About what
Hey,
and
you're a
dressed as
lucky
what?
man. I know about this.
Okay. Interesting. North side of the Finch Cannery and so. Fortunately, it's not too far from here. Actually, it's around here.
Do you know anything about this?
I don't answer questions by your sort.
Help me, please.
I've nothing to tell you.
This isn't working. You might need a different tack.
Oh, I need to be like right over here.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
I would like to help a companion in misfortune, but I know nothing about this.
I can't seem to find the boss. Where's Panzer?
I'm not your nanny, you daft muck snipe. I need to get more men to warehouse too now, so quit bothering me, will you?
Okay, warehouse 2. So maybe I need to stop by. Well, it doesn't say that I do. Cardona Fish Company. I can find them at all? No. Pretty sure it's warehouse 2 though at this point. Might be able to sneak inside with this disguise and find out that way. That would make it work really well.
Do you know anything about this?
No, brother, I've never heard of this.
Boy, these crates are heavy.
Are you able to help me?
No, brother, I've never heard of this.
Everyone's looking at us, Sherry. You sure you know what you're doing?
Who the hell is that? Get him!
I'm coming.
Fairly sure it's warehouse 2, but if this doesn't work, then I may need to go and just check.
No more crime for you until next month.
If this doesn't work, I may need to just go and hang around Warehouse 1 and talk.
Too simple.
Time to knock this guy out.
Shoot you in the
Take
foot.
a rest, my friend.
Smack you in the face, then smack you with
Too simple.
gun butt again.
Give him the pepper snuff. You can overcome the brute now.
No more crime for you until next month.
Oh, I thought he might have been the guy. Hi there.
It's all yours now. Go for it.
Too simple.
Get ready for some pain.
No more crime for you.
Give him the pepper snuff.
I'm coming for you.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
There we go. I think I got it on the right. Got it right on the first try. Nice. Plus
Panzer
1.
is captured, but alive. Now, to report to Miss Sertle.
That wasn't so bad. Now I can... back down to here. Just need to report it.
I deduced the location of Friedrich Panzer and was able to apprehend him.
So I heard. What a coup. Congratulations are in order. And a new article in the paper. Perhaps sterling stranger squashes smugglers?
How kind of you. I'm sure with little more thought you will land on the perfect headline.
With a little more thought, you're no writer, Mr. Holmes. Leave it to someone who knows what sells. Since you're here, Mr. Holmes, how about an interview? Strictly on background? Get to know the real you. Mycroft is rather tight-lipped, as you know.
Information is Mycroft's currency, and he does not disperse it lightly. He will tell you a barefaced lie without hesitation if it advances his cause. As for your request, I'm afraid the real me pales in comparison to your vivid imagination. An interview would do us both a disservice.
Perhaps it's best to let the mystery be. Now, on to other matters. We have another case for you. Are you interested?
Of course.
I'd never hear the end of it from Mycroft if I declined, so please, Miss Sertle, fill me in.
I cannot. Your brother insisted that the contents of this envelope were for your eyes only. I can merely wish you a clear mind and a fleet foot.
Fair enough. Missing shopkeeper, eh? Find a book by F.D. has a red cover. Undercover agent disappeared. Find out what happened to him. Retrieve sensitive item. Last seen in his bookshop. Northern City, east end of Seta Street. Anglo Dondolo. Short man of Italian origin. With him wore a green hat. There's a tattoo of 7 stars on his right arm. Sensitive by book by F has it read. Okay. Northern Old City, end of Seta Street. No problem. Oh, just go on those. This is Seta Street. Oh, I guess his name is Angelo.
Bit dusty. Hasn't been touched for a couple of days.
All right.
You did wear your favorite boots. Such devotion. Angelo's footprints end here, abruptly. Not a good sign.
Indeed.
Colourful piece of fabric as a bookmark. An elegant decision. Someone had to stand here for a couple of hours at least.
Yep, a lot of cigarette butts.
This must have left a grievous wound.
Indeed. Oh, there we go. It's better. It's better. Oh, it was cigarettes.
11 cigarette ends of the same brand. Somebody spent some considerable time here. A hasty job by an amateur, but Angelo was taken by surprise nevertheless. Are you able to help me?
You shouldn't have left your mansion. You won't get any answers from me.
Excuse me, just one question.
Why should I care about your troubles when you don't care about mine?
Oh, I am bored.
Call me when you find the answer.
May I ask you something?
Of course. Let me help.
I'm in the yard a few nights ago. When it's put together, probably drunk. Down the stairs to Castle Road in Old City. Drunk man in a cart near the cobbler shop. Castle Road, City. Oh, it's just that.
Green silk, a bit worn and faded, but still an impressive hat.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Someone desperately tried to stop the bleeding. I think I found the place where they took Angela.
Let a fight? Okay.
I'm coming.
Good for you.
Too simple.
I'm coming for you.
Don't cry, you'll live.
Eat lead!
Too simple.
The snuff's ready. It's all yours now. Go for it.
Don't bother.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Eat lead!
Nope.
No, thank you.
Time to knock this guy out.
Too simple.
I
Don't
love
cry,
that
you'll live.
smack.
The snuff's ready. It's all yours now. Go for it.
Oops, I did not mean to do that.
I'm coming.
Take a rest, my friend.
to knock this guy out.
I couldn't miss the party.
No more crime for you until next month. Take a rest, my friend.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Okay.
The bandits had as much fun as they could.
Playing dominoes, apparently. Hey, look, keys.
Keys of different shapes and sizes. What could you open with these? They were tracking down Angelo. Bloodstains all over the mattress.
I think I may have found him.
He sustained a great many injuries.
Looks like it.
They severed his finger while he was still alive.
There's the identifying tattoo.
At last, I found you, Angelo.
Alright.
Quite a collection of books, but none of them with FD as the author.
I think that's his finger.
A severed finger. No one deserves such cruelty. An engraving inside, together always and forever.
Use it.
A primary instrument of torture. How vicious one must be to have to use it in such a way.
You.
Oh, they got themselves a nice setup in here for a gang.
Guess you can say that. I mean, I imagine the keys are just kind of what unlocks the doors. Anything else in here? I think those two. I'm still missing something. guess there's still something here. Let's see.
The bandits had as much fun as they could.
Working for Mycroft is a dangerous profession. I feel for the guy.
Oh, there we go.
Mycroft should know about this. What did you hide, Angela?
Seems like Mycroft will get the book he wanted
There we
after
go.
all. Do you think it has a coded message inside?
Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky.
Alright, well, that was easy. Enough at least.
Ah, the illustrious Mr. Holmes returns no worse for wear. And with a gripping tale to tell, no doubt.
While the matter proved rather simple in the end, I'm afraid the details are not for your ears, nor your readers.
How very tantalizing. Your brother asked that I collect your report, and a book if you obtained it.
Here is my report, and Miss Sertle. He will know if you opened it. I also retrieved the book for Mycroft.
Crime and Punishment. Sounds appropriate.
More than you may think.
Uh-huh. How so?
There's something else. I found a ring belonging to one of Mycroft's men. Did he mention anything further?
Alas, no.
Well, the man was a hero. Protected the secrets of the British Empire. Here, please deliver this ring to Mycroft. I'm sure he'll know what to do.
I don't understand.
Miss Sertle, I'm afraid neither do I.
This is his ring. My Angelo's ring.
Angelo Dondolo is your fiancé.
God. Your brother told me Angelo was sent to Roma. What happened? Where is he?
Angelo died in the line of duty, but his bravery saved countless others.
No, not Angelo. Not my Angelo. I don't understand.
I'm sorry, Yasmin.
Mycroft kept this from me. I am one of his best, and he kept it from me. He assured me Angelo would be fine, but he lied.
You are not the first victim of Mycroft's cold calculus, and you won't be the last. Your work has value to him, and the truth threatened it.
Well, by hiding the latter, he has lost the former. Thank you for your honesty, Mr. Holmes. Now, please.
Yeah, well, you know what? Mycroft, if you're unhappy about that, That's what you get.
I wish to be alone.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Alright, now here. Is our road city. Oh, I already have it there. That's right, I was gonna go look at that. I was on my way. Oh, there's this one. Huh. Well, I'm not gonna bother to go look for that at the moment.
Mr. Holmes, you came! Oh, how kind. Though now, of course, I realize it is because of my game, not the works on display.
It needn't be one or the other. Your man's disguise was easily debunked, Mr. Vogel, but I shall admit that you planted in me the seed of curiosity.
Ah, terrific! I had no doubt you'd put the pieces together. Let us call it an opening gambit before the real game begins.
So, this little game of yours, what's it about?
An enigma to solve. A locked area in the basement with no windows found brutally vandalized. I have no clue how it was possible.
And this locked area downstairs, what exactly was it?
The under gallery. It's always shut, and I'm the only one with the key.
Ah, so this is your private collection, not part of the gallery.
Oh, no. It's an exclusive exhibition of eccentric pieces. Only a select cadre of artists, investors, and collectors are admitted. Not everyone deserves to have their eyes opened.
Sounds like maybe black market or...
What about this intrusion? What happened?
Last night, I was about to leave the gallery when I heard a noise downstairs. I went to the basement, but I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It was admittedly a rudimentary inspection. It is not uncommon to get rats down there, so seeing nothing of note, I left and locked up the building. When I returned this morning, alas, I discovered that part of the exhibition had been torched, and there was no sign of the intruder. The mystery being, of course, that all the doors to the gallery were locked exactly as I left them.
And the door to the basement is the only entrance?
Correct. Tell me you're not intrigued.
Well, this matter is certainly within my wheelhouse.
This intrusion troubles me. Please take a look around if you're willing. The under gallery is through the door at the end.
I will see what I see.
Yes, I shall see what I see. here.
You sure you don't like art, Sherry?
Someone's butt. Old. Grass. And looks like I can.
Back home, we've got a taxidermist. He's gonna have a heart attack when he sees what I bring him.
Ah.
Sherry, how about some company in that dreary chamber of yours?
Leave my loneliness unbroken, John. A handprint of the thing from another world. But it looks fresh, and its coal origin ruins the effect of the extra mundane. The left step's length is shorter than the right. It indicates that the walker was lame. Old, and hasn't been used for a long time. Closed with a metal bolt.
Scraped.
Footprints. Size 9.5. A true artist never shows an unfinished piece. Sodden and mold-ridden. One presumes deliberately. The parasites of creativity, or just a reflection of the artist's recreational interests.
Yeah.
Saturn devouring his son. Oh, grim composition.
Unflinching in its
Someone
ferocity,
looked
yet
through there.
somehow beautiful.
I don't know if that's it.
Ugh, sheer vandalism. Only an ignorant person could do such a thing. Coal fingerprints. I think we're looking for a man with a coal moustache. A Malpao butt.
Anything else here? No. Right. pretty sure this is correct. Yeah.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the hatch bolt. He accidentally pushed a shovel to the floor. Vogel heard the noise. At the sound of his approaching footsteps, the intruder hid inside the coffin. When Vogel entered the basement, he failed to notice anything strange and left without properly checking. The intruder waited until Vogel had left the caravanserai before burning the paintings in Wilde's room. But the vandalism was a cover for the theft.
Yes, indeed. Fishing rod.
Back home, we've got a taxiderm. He's gonna have a heart attack when he sees what I bring him.
The pieces are not what I expected.
What do you think my collection is about?
Extravagant paintings have been left to rot in a basement. A commentary on decay and the crumbling of society, correct?
I don't know.
Well, that's absurd. Of course you know. It's your gallery.
There is no one answer, no singular truth, but many filtered through the subjective mind. That forgetting, embellishing, lying machine. Besides, what's wrong with a lie if it makes life more interesting?
What's wrong with a lie? It corrupts the ability of others to behave freely and rationally.
Men never act freely and rationally anyway. It matters not what is or isn't in the end. The only important thing is how you feel. And I simply want to feel and consume as much as I can. Don't you?
Feelings are simply one's animal ancestry trying to wrest back control of the brain. I try to avoid the distraction.
You try not to feel, even in a place like this? None of it moves you?
To be frank, I struggle to maintain even a whit of interest in art.
But Mr. Holmes, it is joy incarnate, mankind's greatest achievement.
Mankind's highest achievement above all others is objective and rational thought.
I see then why you dislike art, for it means whatever you want it to.
Or perhaps, Mr. Vogel, I was lying.
Aha.
Mr. Vogel, my investigation has revealed that the intrusion was not merely vandalism, but theft. The limping visitor left your place with a canvas.
That's very impressive.
This thief was familiar with the gallery, and he was sporting a limp. Do any of your clients or artists come to mind?
My, your attention to detail is remarkable, Mr. Holmes. I should introduce you to Bosch's works. Alas, I'm afraid I cannot suggest a culprit.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the latch and dislodged the shovel while doing so. That's the noise you heard yesterday. When you went downstairs to investigate, he hid in the coffin.
It seems I should have checked the space more thoroughly.
The fire was a clever attempt to hide a stolen painting, even if it didn't fool me. I found the remnants of an empty frame in the pile of ashes. The canvas had been removed. Do you know which paintings in the Wilde room may have interested a thief? Were any particularly expensive?
Those pieces belong to a well-known artist named Boniface Mercurio. They're controversial, but not of a notably high value.
There's something more, is there not? I can see it in your eyes.
Indeed. There is another intriguing angle. I recently received an anonymous offer for one of Mercurio's works. The sum was more than fair, and indeed could have saved Mercurio from his artistic poverty. But he declined it.
Was it a performative whim? Some artists lionize pain and hardship as if their work would be worse after a meal and a hot bath.
I cannot tell. But not only did he refuse the deal, he insisted on displaying the painting in the public space. I was hoping to change his mind, but artists are a special breed of stubborn.
What was depicted in the piece?
A bound woman wrapped in ropes being penetrated by a red devil that stared at us, the viewer. The beast had numerous tails growing from his back, and a large crowd gathered around the pair, silently watching the orgiastic scene.
Okay, well, given the nature of the other works on display, it's hard to see why that one stood out. What could possibly be its value?
The evaluation of art is very subjective, Mr. Holmes. After all, art is everything. A poem, a bruise, the beads of sweat on your beloved skin. Even a masterfully solved crime.
I'm not sure I see the connection.
Regardless, the painting was one of a series called The Sabbath Night in Cordona. The works depict sex, violence, and other controversial acts that life, for better or worse, contains.
Ah, I see.
I'm not sure that you do, but that can wait for another time.
So where can I find Boniface Mercurio?
I know he lives somewhere in Old City, but couldn't be more specific. He's a prominent figure, so finding him shouldn't be a problem.
Well, I believe I have enough to begin. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. Your gallery certainly has unexpected depths.
I'm delighted you've been able to please a friend. In return, I expect you to come back with good news. Or at least with a good story.
Probably the good story part. Here.
A contest for the guests of course.
Oh, oops, it's this one. Up the right archive.
I'm curious, how did Mycroft recruit you? I doubt you're a field agent. I imagine you work with intelligence.
That's correct. Your brother noticed me when I tracked down a spy at the archives. That's how our cooperation began. And you? Did Mycroft force you into this?
Not at all. We simply have a mutual interest in someone. Or something.
Of course. A fruitful and willing collaboration, I'm sure.
Well, I'm his younger brother. I have to accept the consequences of being a close relative of an official figure.
I suppose, in a way, we are colleagues, Mr. Holmes.
In the remotest way possible, Miss Oni.
City, watchtower, there. Maybe here? Yes, this one's the right. Okay, so he lives somewhere in Old City. He's a prominent person. Probably articles and interviews and celebrities. There we go. Throwing a chair at a decadent artist. Smashed a painting across somebody's head. Address of Hermes Avenue between Scarlet and Olive Street. So, right. Okay, that was easy enough. Dead Street South. Here. There we go.
Excuse me, young man. Where do you think you're going?
Greetings, ma'am. I'm looking for the...
I don't care who you're looking for. You shall not pass. No visitors allowed.
I wish to buy a painting from Mr. Boniface Mercurio. Is he at home?
Dearie, tell me, because old age has made me blind. Did someone write Information Bureau on my forehead? Because I'm not here to answer your questions. Entry is for residents only. If you aren't a resident, please leave, or I shall report you to the police.
Okay. So I need to... Yes. Dressed like him. I kind of imagine that's why they gave me such a big photo. Yeah, probably technically this one up here.
Nice, affordable. Let's pick.
That one. Oh, hey, now I can find your stuff. Let's see here. Artist bristles.
A good choice. A good choice indeed.
There we go.
Not bad.
Could have just rented it, but why bother? Buy it. I guess I could use something later. Besides, I can technically get infinite money by just raiding the bandit places again. I'm gonna save real quick. It's been a while.
Boniface, sweetie. Is that you? Ah, old age does terrible things to one's sight. I didn't recognize you at first.
How are you, ma'am? I'm ashamed to admit that I've lost my key. Do you have a spare?
For heaven's sake! How many times will you lose that key of yours? Of course I have a spare. You artists all live in your own little world.
Please, accept my thanks.
I would rather accept your rent. You promised to pay me several weeks ago, and I'm still waiting.
I will pay you, I promise, very soon.
You'd better do, my dear. Or else I'll just change the lock. And I won't fall for those cow eyes.
Alright. Flat number 2. Okay. Not that one. Another 2. Uh-oh. It's like, it's kind of dead.
Red skin, tails on the back. Reminds me of Verda's description of the stolen painting.
Yes, it does. Wonder if... He is the one who stole it. It's missing cloth fibers. Broken bottle.
It appears the wine was truly awful. I wonder where he got that fancy camera. Despite the overall tendency towards mess, you cannot sit with the drawer pulled out like this. Someone left it after searching.
I would concur.
The blood has dried.
I've heard of this style of painting. It is called Expressionism.
John, how'd you get up there?
Don't look at me like that, Sherry. I will not touch that dirty floor.
Fine, just don't leave any footprints on the ceiling.
Aunt May whiskey, brandy bucks. Quite a collection he had here.
Probably why you can't pay the rent.
The photograph was not pulled out in time. Such a waste of material.
Looks like some kind of party.
Look at this, John. Isn't it our stolen demon?
I change. Oh yeah, because I have the resident to be in here.
The chest has been searched.
Thoroughly.
Judging by post-mortem rigidity, the body lay here for 1 or 2 days.
It's suicide. Looks like it.
The wound is precise. It was inflicted by a razor or a knife. A normal kitchen knife. Could be the murder weapon. Soaked in blood. It seems as if the puddle of blood was here before the rags.
Interesting. Let's see what we got going here. Yeah, something tells me this is probably it here. Because everything was
Mercurio
searched.
was developing photographs when the intruder snuck in. Mercurio heard him coming. While the thief was searching the chest, the painter ran towards him with a bottle in his hand. He smashed it across the thief's head. The intruder had no choice but to defend himself, and the weapon of opportunity happened to be a kitchen knife. Mercurio stepped aside to grab the painting, but the wine-blinded thief attacked Mercurio's throat. When the thief came to his senses, he saw Mercurio bleeding on the floor. He grabbed the rags and tried to bandage him, but it was too late. Why did Mercurio attempt to snatch the painting in the middle of a fight? To strike the intruder? Not with his painting, it was too important to him. It's time for some chemical magic, John.
Are we gonna repeat blood? -2, 1, 2. Okay. So I can do this and this, add these together and get the first half, first 2/3. -1 and 2. Now how do I just get negative? I'll be able to do that. Oh wait, I can. It's easy. This -1 inverse, and then combine this. Bing, bada boom, bada bow. Oh, oops. It's still easy to fix here. I just take this and add 2. There. Still life painting of his room, huh?
That doesn't look like the painting we need, Sherry.
As expected, but that doesn't mean it won't tell us anything. Let's put it on the easel where it belongs. I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John?
Well, I see the one.
I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John? If the intruder didn't take it, the skull should be somewhere here. Nothing behind it. Monster was actually a man. Poor girl. John, you ought to be thrilled. We are now hunting the devil himself.
What were you saying, Sherry? I was too busy sketching the scene, you know, crimes and such like, daily routine. Did you find something?
A photograph. It depicts a man in a red suit with tails sprouting from his back and multiple people in masks watching the scene. It all adds up. But the act of love, it wasn't given willingly, John. It was a violation. And the girl, she was with child.
Give that to me now. Did you recognize someone?
No. Although the victim is not from Cordona, she is African. Look at the ritual scars on her face.
Get that image out of your brain. You have to continue the investigation.
I must speak to the landlady. Perhaps she saw or heard something.
Sherry, you cannot tell her the truth about Mercurio. It will hurt her.
John, that's illogical. Sooner or later, she will come here and discover a corpse, and I still need to talk to her.
Just avoid mentioning corpse, all right? Stick to the character, tell her to call the police.
I'll take that into account.
And wait here. I've redrawn the people in the photograph. Now you can proceed with your investigation without those horrific details.
All right. To talk about her. Okay, stay in character and not mention it. I can manage that. Yeah, it wasn't a thief's skull. Might have wanted to find the photograph. That's true. Go. Right.
What's wrong, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Can you tell me if anyone else has recently entered the flat?
Oh, you're talking about that limping man. I'm sorry I let him in. I was scared. And I thought maybe he would motivate you to find money so that you would pay your rent. No offense, dear.
Can you describe him?
Oh, so you weren't at home. I was so certain you didn't leave your flat that day. He was of average height, had a limp and a tattoo on his neck, and he was smoking Malpal cigarettes. My husband used to smoke those. They have a horrible smell I can recognize from a mile away.
Can I ask a favor?
Of course, dearie.
Please call the police and ask them to enter the flat. And don't look inside until they come up.
What? What trouble have you stepped in this time?
It really doesn't matter. Thank you, Mum.
Perfect, gentlemen.
Whew, Sherry, that was close. But you did everything correctly. Now, take off your outfit. I can't let you walk around in a dead man's clothes.
I concur. On the back, which is this snazzy suit. Alright. Now, description of the guide, but to probably need to go back to gallery. Yep, that's what I would concur. Alright, let's go back down here. The fastest way is literally just to run south.
I think I'll leave the exhibition in its current state for a while. I'll call it The Art of Vandalism.
Am I supposed to talk maybe ask around outside here. Might try that.
You're acting so strange today, dear. I hope someday you'll let me inside that head of yours.
Okay, so it's not her.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Sorry, but I've never heard of it.
Maybe I need peace, potentially.
Would you like to report a crime? Would you like to report a crime?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
A solid question, sir, but I don't have the answer.
So much work, so little time.
Indeed. Alright. Well, I'm not quite sure where I'm supposed to go, but I think I'm going to here for the day. It's been a while since I ate, so I'm going to sign off tonight.